Attention exhibitors, just a reminder, if you signed up for ring duty, helping us keep our show ring clean, please remember your time to come clean up. First on the docket this morning is Bolton Hankey and Will Schmidt. Please report to the ring for your cleanup shift. Thank you. Attention in the barns, we are ready to get our show underway. Please have your Holstein spring calves to the ring immediately, and Ayrshire and Guernsey spring calves on deck. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Testing in the barn 1 2. Check 1 2. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Junior Dairy Show here at the Dodge County Fair. Currently in our ring is our registered Holstein Spring Calf class. Testing in the barns. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Testing in the barns. Check, check. Good morning. Hello. Check 1, 2, testing in the barns. Check, check. Check 1, 2. Testing in the barns, 1, 2, check. Testing, 1, 2.
Test, test, test. No. Check, check. Check. Check, 1, 2. Test. Junior dairy. Check.
All right. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It certainly is an honor and privilege to be here today. Jumping feet first into quality, we have a fantastic group of registered Holstein spring calves. And for me, these two heifers at the front of the class here found themselves to the front quite easily here today. This pair of heifers, there's a lot that you can admire about these heifers. And for me, this winner just has more width. She's wider in her chest floor. She's wider through her hips, pins, and thurls. And when on the move, tracks more straightforward on those front feet. Additionally, this heifer in first just has a touch more spring and explosion to her rib cage than a really pretty heifer in second. Heifer in second, when she's on the move, she is lights out. However, I'd just like to see her a little bit firmer right behind that shoulder for me and track more straightforward on those front feet. It is the way that this heifer here in second does have more depth to both the fore and rear rib than a really well-made heifer here in third. Heifer here in third, the longer that you look at her, the more that you certainly appreciate her. She's got beautiful extension through the head and neck, beautiful parts throughout. Would just like to see, again, a little bit more spring to her rib. It is the way that this heifer here in third holds her rump and is less pinny when on the move. Additionally, is a little bit nicer in that front end than our heifer in fourth. I told the young lady here in fourth that when this heifer is on the move, you certainly appreciate her, but when we get into line, does fall apart right in that shoulder region. It is the way that this heifer here in fourth tracks more comfortably on her rear feet and legs, and it has more extension and femininity to her neck than our heifer in fifth. Heifer in fifth, you certainly admire this well-made heifer. Would just like to see her track a little bit with less set to her hock and give her a little bit more extension to her neck. Congratulations to these exhibitors, a fantastic way to start our day.
Congratulations to our winning Holstein spring calf, Miss Smith Cross Jerry All In, exhibited by Hattie Smith. Placing second in the class was Lucky Devour Anchovy, exhibited by Leah Smith. Additional placings in this class: Bailey Shepard was 10th, Briley Quiring was 11th, Emma Paul placed 9th, Lily Siegman placed 8th, Avalon Rex placed 12th, Finn Spoke was 6th, Molly Grolke was 4th, Leah Smith was 2nd, Haley Lindner was 5th, Brinley Teets was 3rd, Hattie Smith was our winning entry, and Colton Weiss was 7th. Now in the ring is our Ayrshire Spring Calf class.
Two really nice Ayrshire spring calves that we have here today, and in a closer placing. But for me, this first place heifer wins it on her length. She's longer in her neck, she's longer through the midsection of the body, and she's longer from hips to pins. Additionally, this heifer here in first, when on the move, just blends a little bit more harmoniously from neck to shoulder, shoulder to barrel. I will admit that this heifer here in second does have more width of chest than her heifer in first. This heifer here in second, you certainly admire the spring and explosion to her rib cage. A really pretty leg on this heifer too. Two really nice entries. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning Ayrshire Spring Calf, Old Bankston MD Bubbles, exhibited by Sarah Braun. Placing second in the class was Miss Vallow Hill Plan by Jam, exhibited by Madison Goodix. Now in the ring is our Guernsey Spring Calf class.
Another pair of really nice spring calves that we have here in the middle of the ring, and for me, a handy winner. A heifer that you really just love how complete this heifer is. She gives you a beautiful side profile, beautiful blending of parts throughout. You love the foot and leg on this calf. A handy winner. This heifer here in second, you certainly admire this heifer's length. I love the length, stretch from nose to tail. Beautiful blending of parts. For me, would just like to see a little bit less set to the hock and more width between the pins to get around that first place heifer. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning Guernsey Spring Calf, Uno's Dream Oop ET, exhibited by Blake Smith. Second in the class was GR Guernsey Meadow Othello, exhibited by Jolie Bacon. Now in the ring is our Jersey Spring Calf class.
Well, certainly another really quality and deep class of Jersey spring calves that we have here today. For me, this first place heifer is a handy winner, a heifer that when she walks in the ring, she absolutely grabs your attention. You love the spring to her rib, so much depth to both the fore and rear rib, and when you get in front of her, you certainly have to admire all that width. It is the way that this heifer here in first has more angularity throughout, more breed character through her head and neck, and has more drop to the rib than their heifer here in second. I will admit that our placing between second and third is a close one for me. However, when we get them to line, I certainly have to admire the blending of parts, especially through that front end. This heifer here in second is just a little firmer right behind that shoulder for me. It is the way that this heifer here in second, again, does have that more blending of parts behind that shoulder than a heifer here in third. Heifer here in third, wow, she gives you a lot of good looks here too. Certainly love the drop to her rib, the beautiful extension through her neck. Would just like to see her, again, a little bit firmer behind that shoulder and more width between the pins. It is the way that this heifer here in third does have, is a little bit nicer in that front end and has more width of chest than our heifer in fourth. Heifer in fourth, you certainly have to appreciate this calf on the move. Just when she gets into line, gives up a little bit in size and shape. And then our heifer for fourth over fifth, a little bit more of a closer placing for me, but when on the move, just is harder in that loin, and then additionally is a little bit firmer right behind that shoulder. A fantastic class, congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning Jersey spring calf, Ledgeway Hidalgo Sophie, exhibited by Danica Schroffnagel. Placing second in the class was In Style Victory Bell Raindrop, exhibited by Winston Lichty. Additional placings in that class, Trent Schlender placed fourth, Avery Skalitsky was third, and Duke Schlender placed fifth. Now in the ring is our Milking Shorthorn spring calf class.
guys, is it just me, or is this milking shorthorn breed getting really good? Wow. Yes, let's put our hands together for the milking shorthorn breed. I asked these ladies, I'm like, you guys realize you're wearing the same shirt, right? Well, they're sisters, so that's good to know. 3 fantastic spring calves that we have here, and it is splitting hairs between these 3. However, this first place heifer, when you get in front of her, she just has a nickel more width between her chest and also right in that rump structure. Beautiful calf when on the move, and it is the way that this heifer in first does have a little bit more width and holds her loin a little harder than our heifer in second. Our heifer in second, beautiful side profile. You certainly appreciate the length and stretch and the depth to her barrel. I will admit that our heifer in second does have more drop and extension to her fore and rear rib than our heifer in first. And then our heifer here in second, just a little bit nicer, especially in that front end, a little bit more harmoniously blending from neck to shoulder, shoulder to barrel, than a really pretty feminine heifer that we had in third. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning milking shorthorn spring calf, Easterbrook Life Goes On, exhibited by Mackenzie Goodix. Placing second in the class was Easterbrook Logic Honeycrisp, exhibited by Mason Goodix. And Madison Goodix placed third. Now in the ring is our red and white spring calf class. As our red and white spring calves parade the ring, I'd like to introduce our judge today, Crystal Sin. Crystal grew up in Cleveland, Wisconsin on her family's registered Holstein farm, where she exhibited cattle at the local, state, and national levels. From a young age, Crystal developed a love for dairy cattle sales and shows, along with a particular passion for finding and developing high-quality cattle. One of Crystal's proudest achievements is breeding one excellent 95 cow, Seamer's Alicia Gold Ava ETS, who was recognized as the star of the breed in 2012 by Holstein Association USA. In 2025, she bred and sold the All-American Jersey milking yearling Cupid Video Kiss Cam ET. Today, she continues to breed and exhibit elite Jerseys and Holsteins under the Cupid Cattle Company prefix. Crystal has had the privilege of judging dairy cattle shows across the country and was recently honored to be selected for the National Judges List. She is known for her positive and transparent judging style. Crystal has been fortunate to have the ability to work with youth, judging numerous youth showmanship competitions focused on helping exhibitors become more confident in the show ring. Crystal earned her Bachelor of Science in Agriculture and Food Business Management from the University of Minnesota, Twin Cities. Following graduation, she served as Wisconsin's Agricultural Ambassador as the 70th Alice in Dairyland with the Wisconsin Department of Agriculture, Trade, and Consumer Protection. Professionally, Crystal serves as a business development manager with Midwest Dairy, where she partners with restaurant and food service companies to drive dairy innovation, create new opportunities for dairy products, and ultimately grow sales on behalf of Midwest dairy farmers. Crystal, her husband Ian, and their two sons, Marvin and Clifford, live in Sherburne, Minnesota. Together, Crystal and Ian own and operate Sin Family Celebration of Life Center, a funeral home and event center serving their local communities. Let's give a round of applause welcoming our judge today, Crystal Sin.
and white spring calves. And I think these calves on different days are going to do very different things and might have some switching of placings here. But for today, this heifer here in first wins it for me. A heifer that you have to admire the femininity throughout. You love the length to her neck. You love the blending of parts throughout, and she walks on a great set of rear feet and legs. It is the way that this heifer here in first walks more comfortably on her rear feet and legs and is stronger right behind that shoulder than a heifer here in second. I will admit that these next three calves for me were a little bit harder for me to put together. This heifer here in second, when she's on the move and she's doing everything right, you really have to admire her. This heifer here in second, she is a powerhouse. You love the width in the chest for and the width through her rump structure. And it is advantage in width throughout that places her over this heifer here in third. Heifer here in third, beautiful feminine heifer. You love the length, the stretch to her neck, the beautiful blending of parts throughout. That heifer in second just has more drop and extension and more spring of rib than our heifer here in third, and walks a little bit more comfortably on those rear feet. But wow, what a pretty heifer in third. Heifer in third over the heifer in fourth just has more drop and extension to the rib and also walks a little bit more comfortably with less set to the hock than our heifer in fourth. Heifer in fourth, I told this young lady, this heifer, I think with a little bit more time, could be something really special, a heifer that really grabs your attention. And then that heifer in fourth just has more drop and extension to both her fore and rear rib than a very strong heifer in fifth. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning red and white spring calf, Miss SNS Crest Aiden Sunday Red, exhibited by Blake Smith. Placing second in the class was VZK Exclusive Brighton Red, exhibited by Avalon Rex. Additional placings in this class. This was a new class here at the Dodge County Fair, separating our red and whites from the regular Holstein class. Placing sixth was Ethan Brunn. Briley Quiring was eighth. Emma Paul placed seventh. Exhibitor 688 did not show. Blake Smith was our winning entry. Miss SNS Crest Aiden Sunday Red. Fifth was Zach Zwald. Avalon Rex was our second place entry. VZK Exclusive Brighton Red. Raylan Teets placed third. And Kyla Weiss was fourth. Now in the ring is our grade Holstein Spring Calf class.
Well, certainly lots of different shapes and sizes here in the spring calf class. But for me, this heifer in first wins quite handily. A heifer that you have to love the ultra feminine frame of this heifer. A heifer that blends so harmoniously from neck to shoulder, shoulder to barrel, and walks so comfortably on those rear feet and legs. It is the femininity throughout her frame that places her over this heifer here in second. Heifer here in second, you certainly appreciate the width and power of this calf, the length, especially through the midsection of the body. For me, would just like to see a little bit more drop and extension to the rib to match the rest of her frame. It is the way that this heifer here in second does have more length and femininity throughout her frame than our heifer in third. Heifer in third, you certainly have to appreciate this heifer when she gets into line. You love the width, especially through the chest floor, and width through her rump. This heifer in third just walks more comfortably on her rear feet and legs and has more spring of rib than our heifer in fourth. Heifer in fourth, you certainly have to appreciate the depth to both the fore and rear rib. Again, would just like to see a little bit more spring throughout. And it is the way that this heifer in fourth does have more drop and extension to the midsection of the body than our heifer in fifth. Heifer in fifth, you certainly appreciate the length to her frame. Would just like to see a little bit more to the midsection of the body. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning Great Holstein Spring Calf, Yogi, exhibited by Taya Kurth. Placing second in the class was Schroffnagel's Lida, exhibited by Carrie Schmidt. Additional placings in our Great Holstein Spring Calf class: Jolie Bacon placed fourth. Taya Kurth was our winning entry. Isaac Fink was third. Keegan Schroffnagel was fifth. Carrie Schmidt was second. Exhibitor 263 did not show. And Owen Bronecki placed sixth. Now entering the ring is our registered Holstein Winter Calf class. As Judge Sin evaluates our larger class here of Holstein Winter Calves, a few announcements I'd like to make. The first one is a thank you to Watertown Agribusiness and the Dodge County Dairy Promotion Board for the donuts and milk available over in the corner of the ring this morning. Additionally, I would like to remind our exhibitors about the adult dairy showmanship that will take place on Friday, tomorrow, here in the Farm Progress Arena at 7:30. Any youth exhibitor can nominate an adult who's over the age of 18 for $10. And if that person doesn't want to do it, they have to pay $20 to get out of it. So this is a huge fundraiser for our Dodge County State Fair kids. Our youth can nominate anyone for $10. And if they're thinking they don't want to do it, cough up the money, folks. You got to pay $10 to get out of it. Sorry, $20 to get out of it. Contact Mandy Sell Stanford or Jared Buskey if you have questions. You can also talk to them about your nominations, so get those in.
Holy moly, I think that we're in for a treat the rest of the day. If the quality is already this deep in their winter calf class, it's going to be a fun day. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for these exhibitors. And as good as this class is, this heifer in first runs away with it. A heifer that, man, when she walks in the ring, you have to take a look. A heifer that when she's out on the move, she is lights out. You love the blending of parts throughout. She has so much spring sweep and openness to her rib. And when you get behind her, you just love her even more. This heifer here in first does walk more comfortably on her rear feet and legs and has less set to her hock than our heifer in second. Heifer in second, you certainly have to appreciate this heifer hips forward and really complements our heifer here in first. A heifer that the longer that she's in the class, that the more that you appreciate her. This heifer here in second just blends a little bit nicer right behind that shoulder and has a little bit more balance to her frame than our heifer in third. I told this young man in third that this heifer is a problem heifer for me. She gives you a lot of good looks, but for me, just fits here in third quite nicely. A heifer though, but man, you love the depth that this heifer has. So much depth to both the fore and rear rib. It is the way that this heifer here in third holds her pins just a little bit nicer than our heifer in fourth. Heifer in fourth, hips forward, I love her. You love the spring sweep and openness to her rib. We just like to tuck those pins down to merit a higher placing. It is the way that this heifer here in fourth just is a little bit more sharper and angular than our heifer in fifth. The heifer in fifth certainly gives you a lot of good looks. For me, we just like to see her a little bit more feminine throughout. And then for fifth over sixth, it is that thorough placement. I do prefer the thorough placement on our fifth heifer a little bit more than our sixth heifer. A heifer in sixth gives you some good looks when she's on the move, but when she gets in line, does fall a little bit apart. But that sixth place heifer certainly have to appreciate the balance to her frame. Congratulations on a fantastic class.
Congratulations to our winning Holstein Winter Calf, Prosser JL Billie Jean, exhibited by Jackie Paulson. Placing second in the class was a Ledgeway Jerry Lewis Lover, exhibited by Danica Schaffnagel. Additional placings in our Holstein Winter Calf class: Kennedy Neitzel was 9th, Raylan Teets was 5th, Danica Schaffnagel was 2nd, Vivian Lichty placed 6th, 7th went to Winston Lichty, 8th was Zach Zwald, 3rd place went to Colby Crave, 4th to McKenna Schumann, and Jackie Paulson was your winning entry. Now entering the ring is our Ayrshire Winter Calf class.
Well, just the one entry here, and certainly she could deserve a lot of. She deserves more competition, but a heifer that you just have to love the way that she moves around the ring. A heifer that has the beautiful, ultra feminine frame. She's so ultra feminine through her head and neck, and throughout the rest of her frame. You love her set to her leg as well. Beautiful blending of parts on this heifer. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning Ayrshire Winter Calf, Miss Valhill Almstar Houdat, exhibited by Madison Goodix. Now in the ring is our Brown Swiss Winter Calf class.
2, 3. Well, a great collection of brown Swiss winter calves that we have here today, and I will admit a little bit tougher of a class for me together. But for me, this first place heifer, when you look at her shoulder back, you have to fall in love with her. A heifer that part for part is the most correct heifer in this class. You love the blending of parts, especially in that front end. She blends more harmoniously from neck to shoulder, shoulder to barrel, and walks on the best set of feet and legs in this class. Additionally, this heifer here in first, I do prefer the way that her tail head sits between her pin bones. Now, I will admit that this heifer in second does have more femininity throughout her frame, especially in her head and neck, and has more breed character in her head and neck as well. This heifer here in second just blends a little bit nicer in that chined region than our heifer in third. I told the young lady here in third, I really fell in love with this heifer. For me, would just like to give her a little bit more strength and explosion in that chined region to get ahead of those heifers in first and second. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning brown Swiss winter calf, Cass Creek Trickster Pandora, exhibited by Kylie Casper. Placing second in the class was Cass Creek Trickster D. Finley, exhibited by Molly Grelke. Danica Schroffnagel placed third. Now in the ring is our Guernsey winter calf class.
Two really nice Guernsey calves that we have here in the middle of the ring, and for me, this first place heifer wins it on her frame. A heifer that you truly have to admire the femininity throughout. She's got that long, beautiful neck and blends so harmoniously from neck to shoulder to barrel. Additionally, this heifer just has a little bit more length in the midsection of the body. But this heifer here in first walks more comfortably on her rear feet and legs, has a little bit more drop to the midsection of the body, and is less knobby in the tail head setting than our heifer here in second. Heifer here in second, you certainly have to appreciate the length that this heifer has, especially through her frame. Would just like to give her a little bit more drop to that barrel. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning Guernsey winter calf, Flora Farm Polly Peyton, exhibited by Maddie Schmidt. Placing second in the class was Guernsey Meadow Collect Juniper, exhibited by Olivia Laufenberg. Now entering the ring is our Jersey winter calf class.
As a judge, it's really important for me to establish a pattern, and I'm doing just that in this class, a beautiful class of Jersey winter calves that we have here today. And for me, that being said, this heifer here in first runs away with it. A heifer that, for me, you only need to give her one good look, and you don't need to look at her the rest of the class. A heifer that she is so precise in those movements. A heifer that when she walks on those rear feet and legs, you just have to stop and stare. A ultra feminine heifer, but then she balances out that frame with so much width through her chest floor and so much width through her rump. It is her feminine angularity that places her over this heifer here in second. Told the young man that this heifer could use a little bit less weight on this heifer, but certainly when you evaluate her part for part, she is so correct. You love the blending of parts, especially right behind that shoulder, and she has so much length, especially from hips to pins. It is the way that this heifer here in second blends a little bit nicer right behind that point of shoulder than our heifer here in third. Heifer here in third, she's a powerhouse. You love the width to her frame. She's wide in her chest floor. She's wide through her rump. For me, would just like to see her a little bit nicer right behind that point of shoulder. It is the way that this heifer here in third is a little stronger in her loin and has more width between the pins than this heifer in fourth. Heifer in fourth, she certainly gives you some good looks. Just when we get into the line, breaks a little bit right behind that point of shoulder. It is the way that this heifer here in fourth does have more spring sweep and openness to her rib than her heifer in fifth. Heifer in fifth, you certainly have to admire the balance to her frame. However, I would just like to give her a little bit more spring sweep and openness to her rib. It is the way that this heifer here in sixth does have a little bit nicer of angularity throughout and walks a little bit nicer on those rear feet and legs than a very well balanced heifer in seventh. Congratulations on a fantastic class.
Congratulations to our winning Jersey winter calf, Ladinadale Dreams of Peppa Pig, exhibited by Mary's Wald. Placing second in the class was Diamond Valley Gold Jewel, exhibited by Bolton Hankey. Additional placings in this class, we had an added entry. Jackie Paulson was third. Vivian Lichty placed sixth. McKenna Schumann placed fourth. Mary's Wald was our winning entry. Winston Lichty placed fifth, and Bolton Hankey was second. Now in the ring is our milking shorthorn winter calf.
Just the one entry here, and certainly a heifer that deserves more competition. A heifer that you certainly have to admire the length to her frame. She's long through her head and neck, she's long through her barrel, and then she also has so much length from hips to pins. Additionally, when you get out in front of this heifer, you certainly have to admire the width. She's wide through her chest floor and carries that width back through her rump structure. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning milking shorthorn winter calf, Spoken for to the Max, exhibited by Finn Spoke. Now in the ring is our Any Other Breed winter calf.
I see a linebacker, I have to sit and smile because I love linebackers. I don't know. I grew up with registered Holsteins, but I had a little story here. I had a Hershey Kiss, one that I named at the county fair, and she was Reserve Supreme. And that's one of my proudest achievements at the Manitowoc County Fair. So when I see linebackers, I always have to say something because I just love them. I don't know, maybe that makes me weird. But man, that heifer, she is beautiful. You love the length to her frame. You love the blending of parts throughout, and she walks on a great set of rear feet and legs. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning Any Other Breed Winter Calf Nightline Durangos Dippin' Dots, exhibited by Kennedy Neitzel. Don't worry, Crystal, you're not weird. I think they're cool too. As Judge Sin evaluates our red and white winter calf class, I'd like to recognize a few of the volunteers making our show possible today. Also like to give a thank you to the Watertown Agribusiness and Dodge County Dairy Promotion for the donuts and milk available in the corner of the ring. Our ring helpers today are Brock Irwin from VitaPlus and Dennis Gunst from Central Star. Additional ring volunteers for today, we have Faye Hildebrandt, Cindy Pillsbury, Val Pitterly, and Sierra Essick. Additionally, we'd like to give a thank you to our dairy superintendent, Kyle Bunkoski. The show would not go on without the behind-the-scenes work of the Dodge County Dairy Committee. We have Nikki Gunst, Kyle Bunkoski, Travis Smith, Mandy Sell Stanford, Brenda Goodix, Roger Hildebrandt, Ashley Vandezandy, Nancy Grolke, Jenny Spoke, and Cindy Pillsbury. Let's give a round of applause for all of our volunteers that made this show possible today.
The quality runs deep in this class. I kept looking and looking, and they just kept on coming in. A beautiful class of winter red and white calves. And for me, these top four sort themselves out quite handily. And for me, this first place heifer has a fault. It's a heifer that when she's floating around the ring, you certainly have to admire her. She's got so much drop and extension through her rib structure. You love the length. She's long through the middle of her body and long from hips to pins. And it is the way that she tucks those pins just a little bit nicer than this ultra feminine heifer coming along in second. Told the young lady here in second that this calf, she gives you some good looks. But for me, would just like to see those pins tucked a little bit nicer through her rump structure. It is that ultra femininity that places her over this heifer here in third, and also this heifer here in second just holds her throws a little bit nicer than our heifer in third. Originally had this heifer here in third and second as she fit that heifer in first, but for me, the longer that she was in that lineup back down on the other side of the arena, just broke a little bit right behind the point of shoulder. It is the way that this heifer here in third is just more heifer. Longer through the barrel, longer through her head and neck, and longer through her hips and pins than this really well-made heifer in fourth. Heifer in fourth, there's certainly a lot of things that you can admire about this calf, and for me, would just like to give her a little tuck a little bit at the point of elbow. It is the way that this heifer here in fourth has more drop and extension through her rib and walks more comfortably on her rear feet and legs than her heifer in fifth. Heifer in fifth or the heifer in sixth just has a little bit more angularity throughout, especially through her hips and pins, but a really well-made heifer in sixth. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning red and white winter calf, spoken for a Laffy Red, exhibited by Marissa Spoke. Placing second in the class was Sugar C. Harl Toy Star Red, exhibited by Miley Wendorf. Additional placings in our red and white winter calf class. Caitlin Hansen was 9th. Cameron Holterman placed 8th. Leanna Sturr placed 7th. Exhibitor 425 did not show. Brinley Teets placed 5th. Paige Connolly was 4th. Malcolm Spoke was 3rd. Marissa Spoke was our winning entry. Miley Wendorf was 2nd. And Kyla Weiss placed 6th. Now entering the ring is our grade Holstein winter calf class.
a handy winner here in our grade ring, a heifer that you truly have to admire. You love the way that she moves on those rear feet and legs. She's so precise in those movements. Additionally, this heifer here in first just has so much width through her frame. She's wider in her chest floor and carries that width back through her rump structure. Additionally, this heifer here in first just has more spring, sweep, and openness to her rib. It is the way that this heifer here in first has more angularity throughout her frame than our heifer in second. Heifer in second, you truly have to admire how strong this heifer is. She is wide through her muzzle and carries that width back through the rump structure. We just like to give her a little bit more angularity throughout, especially through her rump structure. It is the way that this heifer here in second is a little bit nicer right behind the point of shoulder, and additionally has a little bit less set to the hock than our heifer in third. Heifer in third, I certainly appreciate the balance to her frame. For me, would just like to see her walk a little bit more comfortably on those rear feet and legs. And it is the way that this heifer here in third does have more drop and extension through the fore and rear rib than a well-made heifer in fourth. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning Great Holstein Winter Calf Martini, exhibited by Jacqueline Paulson. Placing second in the class was Speckles, exhibited by Cade Kerr. Additional placings in this class of the Great Holstein Winter Calves: Maddie Grosnick placed third, and Isaac Fink placed fourth. Now entering the ring is our registered Holstein Fall Calf class. Also a reminder to our exhibitors for ring cleanup. We're looking for Avalon Rex and Jolie Bacon for the next couple classes. Thank you.
Well, not the biggest class, certainly a lot of quality in this class. And that being said, for me, this first place heifer is a handy winner. When she walks in the ring, you have to stare. You love the width. You love the spring sweep and openness to her rib. And you love the femininity, especially through her head and neck. Really well-made heifer, and love the balance through her frame. It is the way that this heifer here in first just holds her front end a little bit nicer, especially right behind the point of shoulder, than our heifer here in second. When you can get a good look at this heifer, you certainly have to admire this heifer for her strength. She is a powerhouse. She's got that width through her chest floor, and especially you have to admire how much width she has through her hips and pins. It is the way that this heifer here in second just holds her front end a little bit nicer when standing than this heifer in third. Heifer in third, I certainly really love this ultra feminine heifer. For me, would just like to see a little bit more length from hips to pins, and then also to make her a little bit nicer through that front end, but a really ultra feminine heifer in third. It is that femininity throughout her frame that places her over this strong heifer in fourth. Heifer in fourth, you certainly have to admire all the drop to both the fore and rear rib. It is the way this heifer here in fourth does have more drop, especially through her rear rib, than our heifer in fifth. But a heifer in fifth certainly have to appreciate the angularity throughout. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning registered Holstein fall calf, Cal Denier I Salute Avery ET, exhibited by Layla Brenner. Placing second in the class was In Style Pazzle Black Label, exhibited by Vivian Lichty. Additional placings in the registered Holstein fall calf class: Lacey Nails was fifth, Mara Skalitsky was fourth, Brooke Sauer placed third, Vivian Lichty was second, and Layla Brenner was your winning entry. Now in the ring is our brown Swiss fall calf.
Just the one brown Swiss here today, but wow, what a calf. You certainly have to going, especially even on her front feet as well. She's so precise in her movements. Additionally, this heifer here certainly love the femininity throughout her frame. She has so much length and extension through her neck and carries that width through the rest. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning brown Swiss fall calf, Seth Ray Party Girl, exhibited by Savannah Fairbanks, our Guernsey fall calf class.
Holy moly, 5 fall Guernsey calves. That is incredible. A fantastic group of Guernsey calves that we have here today. That being said, a handy winner. A heifer that, for me, is lights out. She handles herself so beautifully when on the move, when she is behaving for this young girl. You certainly have to appreciate the dairy strength of this heifer. She has so much width, especially through her muzzle, through her chest floor, and carries that width back through the rest of the frame. It's complemented by her angularity and femininity throughout. This heifer here in first just has a touch more angularity throughout and has more drop to the rear rib, additionally with more flank than our heifer in second. Heifer in second, you certainly have to appreciate the way that this heifer handles her rear feet and legs. You love the blending of parts throughout. It is the way that this heifer in second does have more spring sweep and openness to her rib and more drop to her rear rib than our heifer in third. Heifer in third, you certainly appreciate this heifer the longer that you're able to take a look at her. She's got that ultra feminine frame and a beautiful side profile. For me, would just like to see a little bit more width between the pins and then also to give her a little bit more strength through her loin. It is her femininity and the way that this heifer has more breed character throughout her frame than our heifer in fourth. Told the young man in fourth, certainly appreciate the strength throughout, would just like to see a little bit more breed character, especially through the head and neck. It is the way this heifer here in fourth does have more strength through her loin and handles her rear feet and legs just a little bit nicer than a really well-made heifer in fifth. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning Guernsey fall calf, Uno's Torpedo Ubagale ET, exhibited by Hattie Smith. Placing second in the class was RHG Othello Queen Victoria ET, exhibited by Mary's Wald. Additional placings in the Guernsey fall calf class. Allison's Wald was fifth. Exhibitor 451 did not show. Olivia Laufenberg placed third. Malcolm Spoke placed fourth. Hattie Smith was our winning entry, and Mary's Wald was second. Now entering the ring is our Jersey fall calf class. Also, to my earring-wearing friends, there was an earring turned in at the announcer stand if you are missing a dangly earring. I see some ladies checking their ears for a dangly earring. If it's missing, I have it. Tell me what it looks like, and it's yours.
So I went over by your truck. And oh my gosh, they have well, what was it? I wasn't. Yeah, I'm great size skipper. Although a year ago you would have
Wow, there are some really great heifers in this class. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Such quality. This heifer here in first, she is a wow. This young man
Please put her on parade, please.
this heifer walks so effortlessly on those rear feet and legs. She absolutely floats around the ring. You love the width. She's wide in the muzzle. She's wide through her frame. And especially when you get behind her, she's wide through her hips, pins, and thurls. It is the way that this heifer in first just has more angularity throughout than our heifer in second. Heifer in second, part for part, this heifer is extremely correct. You love the blending, especially right behind the point of shoulder, and she has so much spring, sweep, and openness to her rib. Just like to give her a little bit more width between the pins. It is the way that this heifer here in second has more strength right in front of that pelvic bone and has less set to the hock than a gorgeous heifer in third. This heifer here in third, she gives you some great looks. Hips forward, I love this heifer. So much spring, sweep, and openness to her rib, and that ultra feminine, especially through her head and neck. To give her a little bit more strength right in front of that pelvic bone for her to get around those two heifers, but a gorgeous heifer in third. It is the way that this heifer here in third has more angularity through her frame than our heifer in fourth. Heifer in fourth walks on a great set of feet and legs, and part for part is quite correct. It is the way that this heifer in fourth does hold her shoulder a little bit nicer than a heifer in fifth. Additionally, is a little bit stronger in her loin than a heifer in fifth. Heifer in fifth, though, when you get her into line, you certainly have to admire how much width that she has through her hips, pins, and thurls. And it is the way that this heifer in fifth does just have more strength than our heifer in sixth, but taking nothing away from this ultra feminine heifer in sixth. 6 over 7th then is just on that angularity. But again, the 7th place heifer certainly have to appreciate all that depth that she has. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning Jersey Fall Calf, Sapphire September Storm, exhibited by Will Schmidt. Placing second in the class was Ledgeway Ferdinand Elegant, exhibited by Layla Brenner. Additional placings in our Jersey Fall Calf class: Kylie Casper was 7th, Trent Schlender was 5th, Greta Altrider was 4th, Layla Brenner was 2nd, Hattie Smith placed 3rd, Sarah Braun was 6th, and Will Schmidt was our winning entry. Now entering the ring is our red and white Fall Calf class.
Well, thank you for your patience with me on this class. I wanted to see him a couple different ways, and as a judge, I definitely can make mistakes, and I wanted to see them a couple different ways. So thank you for your patience with me on this. I take my job very seriously as your judge here today. We have a lot of really nice calves in this class, and for me, it's close between these top four. But part for part, when this young lady has this heifer going out on the move, you certainly have to admire. There's lots of great things about these heifers, but the way that she handles her pins, especially while on the move, then this heifer here in second. Again, it is splitting hairs. These are two very, very similar heifers, but just on the move, this heifer here in first tucks her pins a little bit nicer than our heifer here in second. Heifer here in second, man, she gives you some good looks. Talk about spring, sweep, and openness to her rib. You love that ultra feminine head and neck. And really, really handles those rear feet and legs quite nicely. It is the way that this heifer here in second does have more drop to both the fore and rear rib than our heifer in third. Heifer in third didn't necessarily stand out to me right away, but the longer that you look at this heifer and evaluate her part for part, she is quite correct. Would just like to give her a little bit nicer in that tail head setting, a little bit more width between the pins. Taking nothing away from this heifer in fourth. Heifer on the fourth, when this heifer is on the move, she is a wow. However, when we get in right at that point of shoulder for me and has a little bit too much set to the hock, but that young lady in fourth did a fantastic job and did nothing wrong. Heifer in fourth just has more spring sweep and openness to her rib and more width between her chest floor than our heifer in fifth. Heifer in fifth, part for part, is quite correct. It is the way the heifer in fifth just has more angularity throughout her frame that places her over this strong heifer in fifth. Strong heifer in fifth, certainly appreciate all the width that she has, would just like to give her a little bit more angular, and it is her advantage in angularity that places her over this heifer in sixth. Certainly you can appreciate the width in her chest floor. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning red and white fall calf, Ledgeway MCD Firefly Red, exhibited by Layla Brenner. Placing second in the class was Seamers FN Patron Red, exhibited by Leah Smith. Additional placings in the red and white fall calf class, Lila Sturr was 7th, McKenna Schumann was 6th, Layla Brenner was our winning entry, Leah Smith was 2nd, Aubrey Altrader was 5th, Marissa Spoke was 3rd, Exhibitor 577 did not show, and Miley Wendorf was 4th. Now entering the ring is our Great Holstein Fall Calf class. A reminder to our exhibitors and families, the classes do begin to get a little bit smaller, so please have your animals at ringside ready to check in.
really quality entries here in our grade ring. And for me, a handy winner, a heifer that certainly you appreciate the side profile of this heifer. She's hard through her loin. She has so much width through her chest floor. It is the way that this heifer is harder through her loin, stronger through her loin, and then also too, it just has a touch more angularity, especially through her neck, throat, and brisket. It is the way that this heifer here in second does have a little bit more spring sweep and openness to her rib and more drop to the midsection of the body than our heifer here in third. Heifer here in third, you certainly appreciate the width throughout, but just like to, again, clean her up through her head, neck, throat, and brisket. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning grade Holstein fall calf, Sky, exhibited by Blake Kurth. Placing second in the class was Polaris, exhibited by Isaac Fink. Lister placed third in that class. Now entering the ring is our registered Holstein summer yearling class. We have turned into the lost and found up here at the announcer's stand. I have a phone. And all I know about it is it's an iPhone. So if you think you're missing your phone, come check and see if it's up here. Thanks.
Well, once you can get a good look at these summer yearlings, there's truly a lot to appreciate about them. And for me, this heifer here in first wins it on her width. She's wide through her muzzle, she's wide through her chest floor, and has more width in her rump structure. Additionally, this heifer here in first has more spring sweep and openness to her rib and handles her rear feet and legs a little bit nicer than our heifer here in second. Heifer here in second, you certainly appreciate the blending of parts throughout, especially through her front end. You love the front end blending throughout. But for me, would just like to see a little bit more length, especially through her rump structure to get around that heifer in first. It is the way that this heifer here in second is stronger through her loin and more feminine throughout her frame than our heifer in third. Truly, you can appreciate the strength, especially the width through the front end of this heifer in third. Again, would just like to see her stronger through the loin and more angularity throughout. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning registered Holstein Summer Yearling. She is Crave LC 16842, exhibited by Giselia Villa. Placing second in the class was Sour Hill Eye Candy Taffy, exhibited by Brooke Sauer. Natalie Moss was third. Now in the ring is our Ayrshire Summer Yearling. Also, we have a phone up here. If you think you're missing your phone, let me know what the screensaver is, and I will give it back.
Just the one entry here, but certainly a lot that you can appreciate about this heifer. You certainly appreciate the length that this heifer has through her frame. She's long through her neck, long through the midsection of the body, and especially has length through her rump structure. Additionally, she handles her rear feet and legs quite well. If I could change this heifer anywhere, maybe just give her a little bit more width between the hocks, but a really quality entry that we have. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning Ayrshire Summer Yearling. She is Maple Downs PV Rage Saturday, exhibited by Sarah Braun. Now entering the ring is our Brown Swiss Summer Yearling class.
Two really nice summer yearlings that we have here in our brown Swiss ring. And for me, this heifer here in first just holds her loin a little bit nicer than a heifer here in second. This heifer here in first, you certainly have a lot to appreciate. You love the femininity throughout her frame. She balanced that with so much depth to the fore and rear rib. This heifer here in first also just has a tail head placed more neatly between a wider set of pin bones. Taking nothing away from our heifer here in second, you truly love this heifer's frame. Again, would just like to give her a little bit more strength in the loin to get ahead of that heifer in first. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning Brown Swiss Summer Yearling. She is In the Valley, Phantom the Truth, exhibited by Savannah Fair Bank. Placing second in the class was Edgeview T. Sassy, exhibited by Vivian Lichty. Now entering the ring is our Jersey Summer Yearling class.
Just the one Jersey Summer Yearling, and certainly a heifer that deserves more competition. Really appreciate this hard top Summer Yearling. She walks very comfortably on her rear feet and legs and has beautiful blending of parts throughout, especially through her front end. A quality entry. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning Jersey Summer Yearling. She is Elsie Victorious After Midnight, exhibited by Greta Altrader. Now in the ring is our Milking Shorthorn Summer Yearling.
Just the one entry here again, but certainly a lot that you can appreciate about this heifer. She has length. She is so long from head to neck to shoulder, and shoulder to brisket, shoulder through her frame, excuse me. Additionally, she has so much length, especially through the midsection of the body. Additionally, this heifer holds her loin quite well. A really quality entry. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning Milking Shorthorn Summer Yearling. She is Loosh Spider-Man Embrace, exhibited by Preston Skalitsky. Now entering the ring is our Red and White Summer Yearling class.
2 entries here and 2 quality entries at that. That being said, this heifer here in first, you just have to admire. She has so much spring sweep and openness to her rib, especially when you get behind her. Additionally, she has a lot of drop to the midsection of the body and walks and handles her rear feet and legs quite well. It is the way that this heifer here in first does just have more drop to the midsection of the body than our heifer in second. Certainly can appreciate the length that this heifer has in second, especially through the midsection of the body. Again, just would like to see a little bit more drop to her rib. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning red and white summer yearling. First place went to Campy Rombin Adele Red, exhibited by Emma Crave. Second in the class was Bomaz Hard Rock 2421, exhibited by Zach Zwald. Now entering the ring is our grade Holstein summer yearling class. At this time, I would like to thank Haley Hendrickson. She's been in the ring doing our ringside photography today. She will have those photos ready for exhibitors to check out by Sunday. The link will be on the Dodge County Dairy Youth Facebook page. And if you'd like to look up Haley herself, you can look up Haley Hendrickson on Pixie Set.
really nice group of grade heifers that we have here today, and it is close for these for this pair at the top. This heifer here in first just has more length, especially through her head and neck, and longer through the midsection of the body. Additionally, this heifer here in first is just a little bit wider through her chest floor. It is the way that this heifer here in first just has more length throughout her frame than a really ultra stylish heifer in second. Heifer in second, you certainly have to appreciate how hard top this heifer is, especially right in front of her. It is the way that this heifer here in second just is a little bit more nearly level from hips to pins than our heifer here in third. Heifer here in third certainly can appreciate the drop to the midsection of the body. Would just like to see a little bit more spring sweep and openness to her rib to get around those heifers in first and second. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning grade Holstein Summer Yearling. She is Mona, exhibited by Edward Yelk. Second in the class went to Rowdy, exhibited by Layla Zarin. Zoe Kunert was third. Now entering the ring should be our Holstein Spring Yearlings. Maybe.
Lots of different shapes and sizes here in this class, and for me, a handy winner. This heifer here in first, you certainly have to appreciate the balance to her frame. She has so much drop to the fore and rear rib, so much spring sweep and openness to her rib, and you love the length, especially through the midsection of the body and through her rump structure. It is the way that this heifer here in first is stronger through her loin, more angular throughout, and handles her rear feet and legs with a little bit more set than our heifer here in second. Heifer here in second, you certainly appreciate the width. She's got a lot of width, especially through her rump structure. We just like to clean her up, especially through her neck and throat. It is the way that this heifer here in second does have more angularity throughout her frame than our heifer in third. When you get in front of these heifers in third and fourth, you certainly appreciate the width in their chest floor. We just like to make them a little bit cleaner throughout. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning registered Holstein Spring Yearling. She is Cellcrest Architect Ella, exhibited by Layla Zarin. Placing second in the class was Marin Tattoo 3526, exhibited by Macy Bruins. Additional placings in this class, Bailey Shepard was fourth and Emma Paul was third. Now entering the ring is our Ayrshire Spring Yearling.
Just the one entry here, but certainly a lot that you can appreciate. You especially love the length through this heifer's frame, especially through the midsection of the body. Additionally, this heifer, when you get out in front of her, has so much width through her chest floor. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our Ayrshire Spring Yearling. She is TJH Reynolds 639, exhibited by Kennedy Neitzel. Now entering the ring is our Guernsey Spring Yearling.
Just the one entry here, but certainly a lot that you can appreciate about this heifer. She has a lot of length through her frame and handles her rear feet and legs quite eloquently. You love the way that she moves around the ring, and especially so precise in her movements. A quality entry. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning Guernsey Spring Yearling, Flora Farm Layla Laney, exhibited by Amelia Christian. Now entering the ring is our Jersey Spring Yearling class. A reminder to our exhibitors, if you had a first or second place animal with a blue ribbon, you will be coming back for junior champion. We have a few more yearling classes here, and then we will start those parades. Just a reminder, first and second blue ribbons will come back for junior champion.
just 2 entries here, and certainly a lot that you can appreciate about these 2 heifers. And for me, this heifer here in first wins it on her width. She is so wide through her chest floor and carries that width back through her rump structure. Additionally, this heifer here in first is just so ultra feminine. You especially appreciate the femininity through her rump structure. It is the way that this heifer here in first just has more spring sweep and openness to her rim and less coverage throughout than our heifer in second. Heifer in second, you certainly can appreciate the width, especially through her chest floor, but would just like to widen out between her pin bones. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning Jersey Spring Yearling. She is Paulson Crest Ghost Firework, exhibited by Jacqueline Paulson. Second in the class was Ski 7 Victorious Chip, exhibited by Naomi Skalitsky. Now entering the ring is our Milking Shorthorn Spring Yearling class.
Well, certainly another yearling that deserves more competition. A heifer that when you get in front of her, you're just overwhelmed with how much width she has. She's wide through her muzzle and wide through her chest floor. Additionally, this heifer handles her rear, feet, and legs quite precisely. You love the way that she floats around the ring. A really quality entry. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning Milking Shorthorn Spring Yearling. She is Easterbrook Bombay Cupcake, exhibited by Mackenzie Goodix. Now entering the ring is our Red and White Spring Yearling class.
Lots of different shapes and sizes here in this class. And for me, this pair of heifers at the top, I think you could go either way with them, but for me, this first place heifer truly wins it on the way that she handles her rear feet and legs. Additionally, this heifer here in first, she's stronger over her loin, and when we get into line, just hold herself a little bit nicer through that front end. It is the way that this heifer here in first, again, has more strength through her loin, and when standing, just holds herself a little bit more together, more complete than this heifer in second. I will admit that this heifer here in second keeps it a close placing, as I appreciate that this heifer here in second has more drop to the fore and rear rib. This heifer here in second, truly you can appreciate how much strength she has, and it is that advantage in angularity that places her over this heifer in third. Heifer here in third, can appreciate when you get in front of this heifer, has a lot of width to her chest floor. Again, would just like to clean her up throughout. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning red and white spring yearling. She is AA Tango Laney Red, exhibited by Aubrey Altrider. Placing second in the class was Mary B. Rompin Love Song Red, exhibited by Samara Herzog. Briley Quiring was third. Now entering the ring is our grade Holstein spring yearlings.
Two quality grade entries that we have here in the middle of the ring. And for me, this heifer here in first is just a little bit harder topped. She's harder topped, and additionally, she has less set to the hock when on the move. Taking nothing away from our heifer here in second, truly a lot that you can appreciate. You certainly appreciate the drop to both the fore and rear rib. Again, would just like to give her a little bit more strength through her loin. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning grade Holstein spring yearling. She is Oakley, exhibited by Zoe Kunert. Second in the class is Moonshine, exhibited by Edward Yelk. Now entering the ring is our registered Holstein winter yearling class.
3 entries here in our yearling class, and this first place heifer runs away with it. A heifer that when she walks in the ring, she gives you goosebumps. She is ultra wide and ultra dairy. When you watch this heifer walk on those rear feet and legs, you're blown away as she is so precise in her movements. Again, the epitome of dairy strength. This heifer here in first is stronger over her loin. It's cleaner and flatter through her bone, and has more angularity, especially through her neck, throat, and brisket. This heifer here in second is stronger over her loin and has more depth to the fore and rear rib than our heifer here in third. Our heifer here in third, you can certainly appreciate the length that this heifer has through her frame. Again, would just like to see a little bit more drop to the midsection of the body. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning registered Holstein Winter Yearling. She is Paulson Crest JL Candy Apple, exhibited by Jacqueline Paulson. Placing second in the class was Marrand Cash, exhibited by Natalie Moss. Allison's Wald placed third. Now entering the ring is our Brown Swiss Winter Yearling.
Certainly another yearling that deserves more competition, a heifer that you truly have to appreciate her side profile. She has beautiful blending, especially through her front end, from neck to shoulder, shoulder to barrel, and has so much length through the midsection of the body. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning Brown Swiss Winter Yearling, Ski 7 Cattle DB Sky 4693, exhibited by Preston Skalitsky. Now entering the ring is our Guernsey Winter Yearling class.
really nice entries that we have here in our Guernsey ring. And that being said, a handy winner. A heifer that you are just overwhelmed with how much strength this Guernsey has. She's wide through her chest, she's wide through her muzzle, and she's especially wide through her hips, pins, and thurls. Additionally, this heifer here in first just has so much spring, sweep, and openness to her rib. Explosion through her rib cage, if you will. Just an overall really quality, strong Guernsey that we have. It is the way that she balances both strength and femininity and holds her loin a little bit nicer than our heifer here in second. Heifer here in second, you certainly can appreciate the length through her neck, the beautiful blending of parts throughout. Again, would just like to have her have a little bit more hard-topped heifer. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning Guernsey Winter Yearling. She is Uno's American Oob, exhibited by Leah Smith. Placing second in the class was Flora Farm Penny's Pammy, exhibited by Mary Zwald. Now entering the ring is our Jersey Winter Yearling.
Well, certainly a lot that you can appreciate about this Jersey that we have here in the middle of the ring. She really walks on a great set of rear feet and legs, and additionally has so much strength, especially through her chest floor. Additionally, this heifer just handles her rear feet and legs so effortlessly. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning Jersey Winter Yearling. She is Vibes Earl Burl, exhibited by Bolton Hankey. Now entering the ring is our Red and White Winter Yearling class.
as we get later in the day, we're getting some animals with a little bit of attitude. For me, this heifer, once I can get a really good look at her, you certainly have to appreciate just how much strength this heifer has. She's wide through her chest floor, and especially when you get behind her in her rump, so much width throughout. It is that width throughout, a little bit more spring, especially at the top of the rib cage than our heifer here in second. Taking nothing away from this heifer here in second, a lot of great qualities that you can admire about this calf, or this yearling, especially the beautiful blending in her front end. It is this way that this heifer here in second is stronger through her loin and also just has a little bit more of her than our heifer in third. Heifer here in third, you certainly can appreciate the blending in her front end. Would just like to see more drop to the rear rib. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning red and white winter yearling. She is Ladinodale Thriller Red ET, exhibited by Colton Weiss. Placing second in the class was Sugar Sea has Historic Actually Red, exhibited by Cameron Holterman. Zoe Kunert placed third. Now entering the ring is our grade Holstein winter yearling class.
Two really different yearlings that we have here in the middle of the ring. Couldn't be more different from each other. But for me, this first place heifer just has more drop to both the midsection of the body and more spring sweep and openness to her rib. Additionally, this heifer here in first is just a little bit stronger through her loin. Taking nothing away from our heifer here in second, you certainly can appreciate the beautiful blending of parts throughout. Would just like to, again, when she's on the move, give her a little bit of more strength, especially right in front of that pelvic bone. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning grade Holstein winter yearling. She is Penelope, exhibited by Maddie Grosnick. Second in the class was Revy, exhibited by Layla Zarin. Now in the ring is our Holstein fall yearling.
Just the one entry here, and truly you can admire how much strength this heifer has. When you get in front of her, she is so wide through her chest floor and has so much drop to the midsection of the body. Additionally, this heifer, with that width in her front end, carries that width through her rump structure. A really quality entry. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning Holstein fall yearling. She is Maran 3451 Eye Candy, exhibited by Kale Bruins. Now entering the ring is our Ayrshire fall yearling. A reminder to our exhibitors and families, if you had a first or second place blue ribbon animal, please make your way to the ring. And we have some communicators here in the ring helping out in the barns. First and second blue ribbon for our junior champion. Now in the ring is our brown Swiss fall yearling class.
Just the one yearling here, but wow, this one definitely deserves more competition. A heifer that still for the stage that she's in her pregnancy, the way that she handles her rear feet and legs, just a wow. You love the femininity throughout her frame. She's so ultra long through her head and neck. Beautiful blending of parts throughout, and just again handles those rear feet and legs so effortlessly. A really quality yearling. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our brown Swiss fall yearling. She is ALH Nails Famous Wicked, exhibited by Savannah Fairbanks. Class currently in the ring is our Jersey Fall Yearling class. This will be the final class before our champion parades.
Well, certainly a lot that you can admire about this Jersey yearling. A heifer that has beautiful blending, especially through her front end. She's so firm right behind that point of shoulder, and additionally right in front of that pelvic bone. She is so hard topped. Additionally, she handles herself so effortlessly on those rear feet and legs. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning Jersey Fall yearling. She is Power Haven Ferdinand Adeline, exhibited by Will Schmidt. Our next class in the ring is going to be our Junior Champion Drive with our black and red and white Holsteins. First and second blue ribbon winners from our black and white and red and white classes will be parading the ring for Junior Champion Holstein. To start out our Holstein Champion Parade, our winning spring calf today was Miss Smith Crest Jerry All In, exhibited by Hattie Smith. Second place spring calf was Lucky Devour Anchovy ET, exhibited by Leah Smith. Our winning winter calf today was Prosser JL Billie Jean, exhibited by Jackie Paulson. Our second place winner calf today was Ledgeway Jerry Lewis Lover, exhibited by Danica Schroffnagel. Our winning Holstein fall calf today was Cal Denier I Salute Avery, ET, exhibited by Layla Brenner. Second place fall calf was In Style Pazzle Black Label, exhibited by Vivian Lichty. Our winning summer yearling was Crave LC 16842 ET, exhibited by Giselle Avila. Our second place summer yearling was Sour Hill Eye Candy Taffy, exhibited by Brooke Sauer. Our winning Holstein spring yearling was Cellcrest Architect Ella, exhibited by Layla Zarin. Second place in that class was Marand Tattoo 3526, exhibited by Macy Bruins. Our winning Holstein winter yearling was Paulson Crest JL Candy Apple, exhibited by Jackie Paulson. And winning our Holstein fall yearling class was Marand 3451 Eye Candy, exhibited by Kale Bruins. Let's give our black and white Holstein exhibitors a round of applause. In our red and white Holstein show today, first place went to Miss S&S Crest Aiden Sunday, red, exhibited by Blake Smith. Placing second in our red and white spring calf class was VZK Exclusive Brighton Red, exhibited by Avalon Rex. Winning our red and white winter calf class was Spoken for a Laffy Red, exhibited by Marissa Spoke. Second in the red and white winter calf class was Sugar Sea Harl Toy Star Red, exhibited by Miley Wendorf. In our red and white fall calf class, first place went to Ledgeway MCD Firefly Red, exhibited by Layla Brenner. Second in the class was Seamers FN Patron Red, exhibited by Leah Smith. In our red and white summer yearling class, first place went to Campy Rompin' Adele Red, exhibited by Emma Crave. Winning our red and white spring yearling class was Double A Tango Laney Red, exhibited by Aubrey Altrider. Placing second in the Spring Year League class was Mary B. Rompin Love Song Red, exhibited by Samara Herzog. Winning our Winter Yearling class was Ladinadale Thriller Red, exhibited by Colton Weiss. Second in the Winter Yearling class was Sugar Sea Historic Actually Red, exhibited by Cameron Holterman. Let's give our red and white exhibitors a round of applause.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I know that we have a cow show that we're on a tight deadline for, and so I am going to speed this up a little bit, but I do want to make sure that these kids feel recognized. They have been working hard all day long, and even with this tight deadline, I still want to make sure that they're giving the recognition that they deserve. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for all of our amazing Holstein exhibitors that we've had. I know that this is nicknamed the Dodgeco Nationals, and by golly, it feels like it could be a couple degrees colder outside because it certainly feels like those national shows coming up. I've had so much fun putting together these Holsteins all day long. The kids have been great. The staff has been great. And I've just been having the time of my life. I don't know if that shows all the time. I know I've got to work on my resting face a little bit, but man, I've been having a lot of fun here today. Again, these kids have been great. The cattle have just been outstanding. And without further ado, I'm going to first select my black and white junior champion, reserve, and honorable mention in that order, and then I'll go ahead and select my red and white, and then an overall. And when I do so, whether you disagree or agree, please put your hands together for these kids. This has been outstanding. that being said, when this winter yearling came in the ring, it was lights out. A heifer that just walks so freely on those rear feet and legs. She is the epitome of dairy strength. When you get in front of her, she is a freight train, but she is still so ultra feminine. Then for reserve, it is a little bit closer, but I'm going to go with this March calf. The longer that this March calf has been out here today, the more that I like her. This heifer, the longer, again, that she's been out here, she just really grabs my attention. She has so much spring, sweep, and explosion through her rib cage and walks on a great set of rear feet and legs. And then for honorable mention is going to be this ultra stylish winter calf. Again, another calf that when you get behind her, you're just overwhelmed with how much width she has. Congratulations to our black and white exhibitors.
Congratulations to our black and white Holstein junior champion. She is Paulson Crest JL Candy Apple, exhibited by Jackie Paulson. Reserve junior champion of our black and white show was Miss Smith Crest Jerry Allen, exhibited by Hattie Smith. Honorable mentions went to Prosser JL Billie Jean, exhibited by Jackie Paulson. Now Krista will be evaluating and pulling for junior champion of our red and white show.
Again, we've had a fantastic red and white show. I was notified that this is the first year that you've had a breakout show for the red and white, and I can't imagine the show that was the years before. Unbelievable quality that we've had in our red and white ring. Please give these exhibitors a big round of applause. I'm going to select my junior champion, my reserve, and honorable mention. And again, when I do so, please put your hands together for these kids. Again, it's been an outstanding show. It's really close between this winter calf and this March calf, but man, this winter calf really puts it all together for me. The longer that she's out here, the more that you have to appreciate her. She is so ultra feminine. She's got that beautiful long leg, but she balances out her frame so effortlessly with so much drop to her rib and spring to her rib. It is that drop to her rib and just a little bit more length throughout than our heifer here for a March calf. But man, I think this March calf has a big, bright future ahead of her. A heifer that the longer that you look at her, the more that you love her, especially when you get in front of her. She has so much chest. And it is that advantage in just having a little bit more chest. And then also, too, again, has her rump structure a little bit nicer, tucking those pins beneath her. but then our fall calf for honorable mention. Again, a fantastic show, and now I'm going to go ahead and select our junior champion overall for our Holstein.
Congratulations to our red and white Holstein champion. Junior champion went to Spoken for a Laffy Red, exhibited by Marissa Spoke. Reserve junior champion went to Miss SNS Crest Aiden Sunday Red, exhibited by Blake Smith. Honorable mentions went to Ledgeway MCD Firefly, exhibited by Layla Brenner. Krista will now be picking an overall Holstein champion.
I've said it all day, but this yearling, when she walked in, it was a wow for me. Just a heifer that makes me speechless. Dairy strength throughout. Talk about style, talk about balance. That yearling, she's got it. For Reserve Supreme Holstein, it does get a little bit close, but I am going to go with this spring calf, a calf that just comes together so nice. Beautiful set to her rear feet and legs, and it is close for Reserve, just giving the nod for the spring calf of just a little bit tighter and snugger right behind that shoulder than our ultra feminine heifer winter calf for our red and white junior champion. Again, a fantastic Holstein show. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Congratulations to our overall Holstein junior champion. She is Paulson Crest JL Candy Apple, exhibited by Jackie Paulson. Reserve overall Holstein junior champion went to Miss Smithcrest Jerry All In, exhibited by Hattie Smith. Honorable mentions went to our junior champion red and white, which was Spoken for a Laffy Red, exhibited by Marissa Spoke. Congratulations to our Holstein exhibitors. Now in the ring are those in contention for junior champion of the Grade Holstein Show. Winning our Great Holstein Spring Calf class was Yogi, exhibited by Taya Kurth. Second was Schraffnagel's Lida, exhibited by Carrie Schmidt. Winning our Great Holstein Winter Calf class was Martini, exhibited by Jackie Paulson. Second place winter was Speckles, exhibited by Jade Kurth. Winning our grade fall calf class was Sky, exhibited by Blake Kurth. In our summer yearling class, first place went to Mona, exhibited by Edward Yelk. Second place went to Rowdy, exhibited by Layla Zarin. First place spring yearling was Oakley, exhibited by Zoe Kunert. And our first place winter yearling was Penelope, exhibited by Maddie Grosnick. Let's give our Great Holstein exhibitors a round of applause.
Well, we certainly had a really nice grade show here today. Please give these exhibitors a big round of applause. Again, I'm just being very cognizant of our timeline here today, so I'm going to select our junior champion, our reserve, and then our honorable mention. And again, when I do so, please put your hands together for these outstanding kids. That being said, I really like this calf for junior champion. A heifer that, again, just has so much spring sweep and openness to her rib. When you get behind her, you have to love that rump structure. She just handles herself so effortlessly while on the move. And it is a little bit closer for my reserve, but for me, this winner calf is quite special. You certainly love the side profile of this calf. She has great depth for a spring calf, and additionally too, just handles her rear feet and legs so nice. Additionally, for honorable mention, another our second place heifer, certainly a lot to appreciate. You love the length to her frame. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Congratulations to our grade junior champion went to Martini, exhibited by Jackie Paulson. Reserve junior champion grade Holstein went to Yogi, exhibited by Taya Kurth. And honorable mentions to Sky, exhibited by Blake Kurth. Congratulations to our grade exhibitors. Our next class in the ring should be our Ayrshire exhibitors in contention for junior champion. Winning our Ayrshire Spring Calf class today was Old Bankston MD Bubbles, exhibited by Sarah Braun. Second in the Ayrshire Spring Calf class was Miss Vallow Hill Playin' My Jam, exhibited by Madison Goodix. Winning our Ayrshire Winter Calf class was Miss Vallow Hill Ulm Star Houdat, exhibited by Madison Goodix. Winning our Ayrshire Summer Yearling class was Maple Downs PV Rage Saturday, exhibited by Sarah Braun. And our Ayrshire Spring Yearling class was TJH Reynolds 639, exhibited by Kennedy Neitzel. Let's give our Ayrshire exhibitors a round of applause. Just a quick announcement, we will be doing our junior bred and owned class at the conclusion of our champion classes today. So our bred and owned heifers will run a parade after our junior champions are selected.
While we didn't have the largest Ayrshire show, we've certainly had extreme quality. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for these exhibitors. I'm going to go ahead and select my junior champion, my reserve, and my honorable mention. And when I do so, please put your hands together for these kids. It's been a great show. I will admit it's not very common to do for a junior champion to be a spring calf, but man, this spring calf, when she comes in the ring, she is a freight train. The way that she handles her rear feet and legs, which is a whisker more width between the hocks, additionally, just has a little bit stronger, it's snugger behind the point of shoulder, gets her the nod over our reserve today. But man, taking nothing away from this reserve, she is lights out. A heifer that you just have to love the style and balance through her frame. And then for honorable mention, it's going to be our second place spring calf, another calf that did a really good, that really stood out to me in our show today. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Congratulations to our Ayrshire Junior champion. She is Old Bankston MD Bubbles, exhibited by Sarah Braun. Reserve Junior champion Ayrshire went to Miss Vallow Hill Ulmstar Houdat, exhibited by Madison Goodix. Honorable mentions went to Miss Vallow Hill Playin' My Jam, also exhibited by Madison Goodix. Congratulations. Now entering the ring are those in contention for our Brown Swiss Junior champion.
We'll send our bill. Please do. Please do.
In our Brown Swiss show, first place winter calf went to Cass Creek Trickster Pandora, exhibited by Kylie Casper. Second place winner calf was Cass Creek Trickster D. Finley, exhibited by Molly Grolke. Our first place Brown Swiss fall calf was Seth's Ray Party Girl, exhibited by Savannah Fairbank. Winning Winning the Brown Swiss Summer Yearling class was In the Valley Phantom the Truth, exhibited by Savannah Fairbank. Second place Summer Yearling went to Edgeview T. Sassy, exhibited by Vivian Lichty. Winning our Brown Swiss Winter Yearling class was Ski 7 Cattle DB Sky 4693, exhibited by Preston Skalitsky. And winning our Brown Swiss Fall Yearling class was ALH Nails Famous Wicked, exhibited by Savannah Fairbanks. Let's give our Brown Swiss exhibitors a round of applause.
Well, wow, when you take a good look at this lineup of Swiss, this is impressive. Again, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. This is quite the lineup of Swiss. You don't have to go a lot of miles to find this again. That being said, I'm going to select my junior champion, my reserve, and my honorable mention. And again, when I do so, please put your hands together for these kids. I should just keep this microphone on. Wow, what a show. And this fall yearling makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up. A heifer that is just so ultra powerful, yet so ultra feminine. A heifer that you just can't stop but stare at her. And then for reserve is going to be the fall calf, a calf that, again, just puts herself so effortlessly together. You love how complete this heifer is and the beautiful side profile that she gives you. For honorable mention is going to be a summer yearling, again, a heifer that's very similar made. Congratulations to our Brown Swiss exhibitors.
Congratulations to our Brown Swiss Junior Champion. She is ALH Nails Famous Wicked, exhibited by Savannah Fairbanks. Reserve Junior Champion goes to Sestre Party Girl, also exhibited by Savannah Fairbank. And our honorable mention, In the Valley Phantom the Truth, exhibited by Savannah Fairbank. Congratulations. Now entering the ring are those in contention for Junior Champion of our Guernsey breed. Winning our Guernsey Spring Calf class today was Uno's Dream Oop, exhibited by Blake Smith. Second place Spring Calf was GR Guernsey Meadow Othello Oops, exhibited by Jolie Bacon. Winning our Guernsey Winter Calf class was Flora Farm Polly Payton, exhibited by Maddie Schmidt. Winning our Guernsey Fall Calf class was Uno's Torpedo Ubigale ET, exhibited by Hattie Smith. Winning our Spring Yearling class was Flora Farm Layla Laney, exhibited by Amelia Christian. And winning our Winter Yearling class was Uno's American Oob, exhibited by Leah Smith. Let's give a round of applause to our Guernsey exhibitors. Our second place fall calf today was RHG Othello Queen Victoria, exhibited by Mary's Wall. Our second place winner yearling today was Flores Farm Penny's Pammy, exhibited by Mary's Wald.
Again, I know that we have had a kind of a smaller Guernsey show here today, but wow, when you get these lined up, you can't help but think,
Man, the Guernsey breed has come a long way.
ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. This has been an amazing Guernsey show. I'm going to go ahead and select my junior champion, my reserve, and my honorable mention. And again, when I do so, please put your hands together for these outstanding kids. This fall calf puts it all together for me, a heifer that you have to love the blending of parts. She is so strong through her front end, has so much width through her chest floor, and again, just has that beautiful drop to the midsection of the body. And it is a little bit closer for me on reserve, but for reserve today is going to be this winter yearling, a heifer that, again, just has so much strength. She is a powerhouse. And it does get a little bit closer for our honorable mention, but for me it's going to be that second place fall calf, another calf that just really comes together quite nicely and has beautiful blending of parts throughout. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our junior champion, Guernsey. She is Uno's Torpedo Ubigale ET, exhibited by Hattie Smith. Our reserve junior champion goes to Uno's American Oob, exhibited by Leah Smith. And honorable mentions goes to RHG Othello Queen Victoria, exhibited by Mary's Wald. Now entering the ring are those in contention for junior champion of the Jersey breed. A reminder to our exhibitors, if you plan to have an animal in the junior bred and owned class at the conclusion of our junior champion selections today, please bring your registration papers to the ring. Thank you. Winning our Jersey Spring Calf class today was Ledgeway Hidalgo Sophie, exhibited by Danica Schroffnagel. Second in the Jersey Spring Calf class was In Style Victory Bell Raindrop, exhibited by Winston Lichty. In the Jersey Winter Calf class was Ladinadale Dreams of Peppa Pig, exhibited by Mary's Wald. Second place winner calf was Diamond Valley Gold Jewel, exhibited by Bolton Hankey. First place Jersey Fall calf was Sapphire September Storm, exhibited by Will Schmidt. Second place fall calf was Ledgeway Ferdinand Elegant, exhibited by Layla Brenner. Our first place summer yearling today was LC Victorious After Midnight, exhibited by Greta Altrader. Winning our Jersey Spring Yearling class today was Paulson Crest Ghost Firework, exhibited by Jackie Paulson. Winning our Jersey Winter Yearling class today was Vibes Earl Verl, exhibited by Bolton Hankey. And our winning Jersey Fall Yearling today was Powerhaven Ferdinand Adeline, exhibited by Will Schmidt. Let's give our Jersey exhibitors a round of applause.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've certainly had an outstanding Jersey show here today. I fell in love with the Jersey breed a couple years ago, and I just haven't been able to shake it since. And these are my types of heifers. Please, again, put your hands together for these outstanding kids. Without further ado, I'm going to select your junior champion, your reserve, and your honorable mention. And again, when I do so, please put your hands together. you can get in front of this winter calf and see how much chest she has, it is unreal. A heifer that just has so much strength but has that beautiful ultra femininity through her. She's got that thinness to her hide. Again, a beautiful, beautiful heifer. And it is the way that this heifer that this winter calf just tucks her tail head a little bit nicer between her pin bones than a beautiful fall calf that we have here. This fall calf gives you some really good looks too. She has so much spring, especially spring at the top of her rib cage, that I just admire so much. And then it was a close placing in our fall calf class, so that honorable mention champion is going to be your second place fall calf. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Congratulations to our Jersey Junior Champion. She is Ladinadale Dreams of Peppa Pig, exhibited by Mary's Wald. Our Reserve Junior Champion today went to Sapphire September Storm, exhibited by Will Schmidt. Honorable mentions went to Ledgeway Ferdinand Elegant, exhibited by Layla Brenner. Now entering the ring are those in contention for Junior Champion of our Milking Shorthorn breed. Winning our Milking Shorthorn Spring Calf class today was Easterbrook Life Goes On, exhibited by Mackenzie Goodix. Placing second in the class was Easterbrook Logic Honeycrisp, exhibited by Mason Goodix. In our Shorthorn Winter Calf class, first place went to Spoken For to Max, exhibited by Finn Spoke. Winning our Shorthorn Summer Yearling class was Loosh Spider-Man Embrace, exhibited by Preston Skolitsky. And in our Spring Yearling class, first place went to Easterbrook Bombay Cupcake, exhibited by Mackenzie Goodix. These are your entries in contention for Junior Champion of our Milking Shorthorn breed. Give a round of applause to these exhibitors.
Yes, certainly we need a better round of applause for these exhibitors. These are outstanding. Again, come on, guys, put it together. I'm going to go ahead and select your junior champion, your reserve, and your honorable mention. And again, when I do so, please put your hands together. It's not every day that you get to see such quality milking shorthorns. Even though we didn't have such a big group here today, this lineup is outstanding. When that group of 3 milking shorthorn spring calves came into the to this ring here today, I was in shock. And these 2 milking shorthorn spring calves are as good as I've seen. Heifers that are just walk on fantastic feet and legs. They are so ultra feminine through their frame, and yet when you get in front of them, they have so much chest. It is a little bit closer than for honorable mention. Honorable mention heifer, you certainly appreciate the width, the strength that she has. Again, would just like to see a touch more angularity throughout. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our Milking Shorthorn Junior Champion. She is Easterbrook Life Goes On, exhibited by Mackenzie Goodix. Reserve Junior Champion goes to Easterbrook Logic Honeycrisp, exhibited by Mason Goodix. And our honorable mention goes to our Shorthorn Spring Yearling, Easterbrook Bombay Cupcake, exhibited by Mackenzie Goodix. Congratulations. In our Any Other Breed class, our Winter Calf winner was Nightline Durango's Dippin' Dots, exhibited by Kennedy Neitzel.
I know it's a little anticlimactic here, but Dippin' Dots is going to be your junior champion. Please give it up for her. a really nice entry that we've had. I know we only had one in the show, but man, when you take a good look, this is quality. Congratulations to this young lady.
For our overall colored breed champion, we are only going to bring in our grand champion color breed. So if you have the grand champion, Ayrshire, Brown Swiss, Guernsey, Jersey, Milking Shorthorn, or any other breed, please bring those back for overall colored breed. We do not need the reserve junior champion. Thank you for understanding. Well, certainly it's getting tougher and tougher as the day goes on. An outstanding group that we've had here, and especially when we get these in line, it is amazing to see. Great, great quality here in Dodge County. You have a lot to be proud of. Again, please put your hands together for these exhibitors. I'm going to select your overall colored breed champion. And again, when I do so, please put your hands together for these amazing kids.
This is one heck of a group, and honestly, the hardest class of the day for me. And that being said, this Guernsey, she is quite special. A heifer that, again, has so much dairy strength. She oozes femininity and yet has so much width through her frame. This heifer, this Guernsey heifer is just a little bit nicer right at the point of shoulder, right behind inner front end than our ultra sweet Ayrshire. A calf that, again, when you get behind her, you just love the angles that this calf gives you. And then, again, taking nothing away from this outstanding Jersey winter calf. Again, a calf that I just can't get over that front end, that width of chest. A fantastic color breed show. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our overall colored breed junior champion. She was our junior champion Guernsey. Uno's Torpedo Ubagale, exhibited by Hattie Smith. Reserve overall colored breed went to our champion Ayrshire. She was Old Bankston MD Bubbles, exhibited by Sarah Braun. Honorable mention overall colored breed junior champion went to Ladinadale Dreams of Peppa Pig, exhibited by Mary Zwald. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors. Now entering the ring are those in contention for junior bred and owned.
As we get these heifers together for overall of the entire heifer show, again, I just want to thank you guys for this outstanding opportunity. It is without further doubt that this has been the best show I have ever judged, and I am so incredibly grateful for this opportunity. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I've been having a blast. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and select my overall champion. And again, when I do, please, please, please light this place up. These kids certainly have worked along, and I think are going to continue to work as fall approaches here too. So again, please light this place up once I select our overall champion. But today, overall, is going to be the Holstein. This Holstein, again, she is the epitome of dairy strength, a heifer that I've just admired all day long. And then for reserve is the Guernsey, a Guernsey that, again, just has so much balance through her frame. You love the spring sweep and openness to her rib. Again, a fantastic heifer show. I am so grateful for this outstanding opportunity. Thank you. as we get these heifers together for bred and owned, truly a great sentiment to these kids. This is quite a group for bred and owned. Again, put your hands together for these exhibitors. And to just keep things moving here today, your best bred and owned is going to be on the Holstein to keep everything. Yep, please put your hands together. A fantastic individual. And then for reserve is going to be on our winter calf, our red and white winter calf. Fantastic heifer as well. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Thank you for bringing them out.
Congratulations to our bred and owned champion, Jacqueline Paulson, and our reserve junior bred and owned to Finn Spoke. Congratulations. Correction, Malcolm Spoke. Congratulations. If we can have some help communicating in the barns, we would like to have all junior exhibitors to the show ring for a group picture. All junior exhibitors, preferably in your whites. If you're changed out of your whites, make it over here anyways. If you see people from your string or you know there's some back in the barn, please go snag them and come back to the ring for a group picture. Please and thank you. We will be resuming our cow show in about 15 minutes. Please bring your 2-year-old cows to the ring at 2:50 p.m. Thank you.